Hello everyone. Hello. Am I audible? Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Yes. Have you uploaded your IG1 MOOCs in the model?
Yes.
Everyone.
Not yet.
I found only one person name in the IG1 MOOC submission here in the model. Only one.
Yes, ma'am. Only one person. I
Uh,
also see this.
your paper is not there. A small shape. Your paper is not visible. Can you upload it again because only your name is there, but your PDF is not there. I only found Alan Chandro, whose paper is only there. Others, no, no one submitted it.
I'll check.
Please check it. Others, please submit. It's mandatory. It's NEBOSH requirement to complete before your exam because July and June 5th is your exam, and I hope today is your last day.
Yes, ma'am. I'll check.
When is the last day?
You can upload it today because today or tomorrow, by tomorrow, before Monday means today.
Sorry, what what paper are you waiting for?
Sorry.
What is it that needs to be uploaded still?
I didn't get you what?
You said that there's papers that needs to be uploaded. What paper are you talking about?
PDF format, the file format, yeah.
Okay, I'll speak to the person on email to find out what you guys are looking for.
Did you submit your IG1 mock?
No, I did not submit.
Please submit before tonight. Because other role batch we give today as the last day. So we will be checking tomorrow. We don't have much time, that's why. Today is your last day or you have next Sunday as class? No, right?
We still have.
You
Still
still
have 2 Sundays left.
Yeah.
If you left 2 Sundays left, not yet finished this today.
Today is only Sunday number 6. We still have Sunday 7 and 8 left.
Yeah.
We still have 3 weeks left.
But your exam is on June 5th, right?
I don't know what the exam date is, but today is only day 6.
The last
Today's the
class
6th
will be
Sunday.
June 16th.
How many elements have you completed so far?
We only starting with 7 and 8 today.
7 elements.
7 and 8 today, yes. So we still have 2. We've got 3 Sundays left, including today.
June
I will
16 is
ask
the
your
last.
trainer because June 5th is your exam. I think today is the last day because your exam date is nearby. That's why.
Today is
When
not
is
the
the
last
exam
day.
date?
Today is not the last day. There's
Okay.
supposed to be 8 Sundays. Today is not the 8th
The-
Sunday. Today is only Sunday number 6.
You are aware of your exam date, right?
I think you
No.
must first go check your emails. Go check the
No.
emails and go speak to the trainers first.
Did you
Because
get
we
your
only on today is Sunday number 6.
did
We
you
still
get
have
the
2 weeks
email
left.
confirmation as you registered like that from NEBOSH?
Yes, I did.
Mm.
Okay, so which day they specifically mention in your mail?
We only first Sunday was April 28th. That was the first Sunday. The last
I'm
Sunday is June 16th.
No, what I'm asking you is, you got a mail from NEBOSH, right? So they
No,
have
not yet,
mentioned
not yet. We don't have a
Not
schedule
yet.
yet.
We don't have that
I think
message.
we expect
I
a
don't
July
have that mail.
exam, I think.
July.
We don't
Yes.
we don't
We
have
don't
an
have
exam
Okay,
date.
okay, no worries. I thought you're for June exam because
Yeah, we're
you
not from June. I think we're in July.
okay, no worries. You
Okay.
still have time. But upload your IG1 mock because last Sunday I think they give you the last date for submitting your IG1. And you have that template
No,
with you, right? IG1 template. If you don't have, ask your coordinator to send your template. They'll send by either WhatsApp or mail.
is that the IG1 mock exam?
Yes, there is IG1 mock exam in your model. Go through the materials in the model. Okay. IG1 mock QS elements. I hope you are doing all the elements in the model and QS everything. You need to do everything. Okay.
By the way, why we are not starting yet? It's
Um,
already.
Wait for 10 minutes. The trainer is outside, so he will join after 10 minutes. Just wait for 10 minutes. He will join.
Mr. Kib, you already submit this IG mock one?
Sorry?
No, I didn't.
No. I just asked to Mr. Kib, he submit this IG mock one or not.
Yeah, I didn't. I completed it, but I think I saved it in my desktop. I didn't submit.
I found only one paper. That's why I'm asking you all to submit. Only one paper in the model, which is Alan Jundro's paper. So others all submit.
Actually, they didn't hurry us. That's why we didn't submit it.
You don't have any template.
No. We
Actually,
have
there
it.
is no
but we-
timeline when to submit that one.
Yeah,
Sorry?
They don't give any timeline. Mm,
Okay, so submit it, okay?
okay.
You're doing all
but
the
it's not.
elements in the model
Yes,
as per your class. You're doing every elements until now. And the quiz and the model, you need to do everything. After your class, they will be checking.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Very sorry for the late start. I had some power issues with my office, so I had to rush back to a different environment to see how to get connected. Sorry for that. How are you guys?
we are good.
That's great.
Morning, Wadingwa.
Good morning. Good morning. How was the week and every preparation?
No, everything was fine. I'm just a bit sick
Alright.
today, so I'm not going to be talking a lot.
Sorry?
No, I'm a bit below the weather. I'm a bit ill, so I'm not going to be talking a lot today.
Oh, sorry for that.
No problem. I'll
So
be
that
listening. I'll just be listening
wish you a
today.
speedy recovery.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So today, we're gonna treat a little for today's class.
From my side,
Element 7.
I didn't check. I was super busy the last week, and I just opened it now only.
That's fine. Any other person?
I did review 7 and 8.
Amer, what about you?
Yeah, I
Salif,
go through it. And,
okay.
it was
So,
very, very complicated. About the chemical, all this of them. I still did not understand. So that's why I was waiting today. Maybe during your lecture, I will start memorizing what I go through.
okay, that's great. At least you
Yes, I go.
you opened it. Okay. It's really important for us to review these items beforehand, such that when because we are entering into, entirely a different phase, a different, subject with some technicalities. So some scientific terms, research. Remember from the very onset, I said health and safety it's an interdisciplinary subject or a course or program. It cuts across different disciplines. You find physics, you find chemistry, you find mathematics, you find biology, which is what we're going to be looking at today. So what about the last class? Anybody, what was your take on the last class? We looked at the physical and psychological health. We looked at what concept did you understand in any of these two elements? Yes, I asked a question. Did we actually review it? Did we try to look at it within the week? Can you guys get me? Hello?
From my
Hello?
side, Wadinga, from my side, as I told you, I had a busy week and I had some personal issues. I didn't get a chance to.
That's fine. I just want to know where we are, and if at all there were some challenges, and if you guys are good to go, fine. I don't have any problem with that, So can you see my screen?
Yes, I can see your screen, Wadinga.
Yes.
Okay. So element 7, we're looking at the chemical and biological agents. So for the learning outcome, we'll be outlining the forms of the classification of and the health risk from exposure to hazardous substances. We explain the factors to be considered when undertaking an assessment of the health risks for substances commonly encountered in the workplace. We explain the use and the limitations of occupational exposure limits, including the purpose of long-term and short-term exposure limits. So we see the different exposure limits and their effects on health. We outline the control measures that should be used to reduce the risk of ill health from exposure to hazardous substances, and outline the hazards, the risks, the controls associated with specific agents. So we'll look at some specific agents like Legionella, asbestos, and the health effects. We outline the basic requirements related to safe handling and storage of waste. So we look at waste management, we look at the hierarchy of waste reduction, we look at pollution, we look at environmental management. So if I just ask this question, what's a hazardous substance?
A hazardous substance is a substance that has the potential to cause harm to the human body.
Okay. Any other try?
It can also cause harm to the environment
Yes.
and damage to equipment or buildings.
Yeah, so these are chemical substances that have negative effects on the environment, on humans. So we'll be looking at the chemical and biological health hazards as a result of exposure to hazardous substances. Some of these hazardous substances like carbon monoxide, which we all know about carbon monoxide. We look at the physical effects, what are the impacts of exposure to carbon monoxide to the environment. We also look at the effects of carbon monoxide, just as an example, on our health. So we are saying that exposure to these substances, they can be short-term, they can be long-term. Short-term can be also referred to as the acute effects, the acute health effects. These are effects that can be visible within days or within weeks. You already see the signs, you already see some of the symptoms. And for long-term effects, these are effects that can, you might only realize them or start seeing some of the signs and symptoms maybe after 3, 4, 5 years or more. So we look at the various forms of chemical agents. So who can tell me some of those different forms of chemical agents?
Dust.
Yes, dust.
Vapors, gases, liquids.
Okay.
In laboratory.
Sorry, Ali, I didn't get you.
Chemical agents that we use in laboratory.
Yes, what are some of these agents?
HCl,
HCl, yes. Hydrochloric acid.
yeah,
Smoke, mist, vapor, fibers.
Yeah.
You're
So all
asking
what
for
you
the
have.
forms. All of the forms.
Sorry?
No, I said you're asking for the forms in which all of these agents are coming.
Yes.
Mist,
Yes. So they take different forms. They come in different forms. They come in solids, liquids, gases, dust, fibers, fumes, smoke, mist, vapor, depending on the source, depending on the potential source and the form in which it takes. So we look at these different agents and how they can affect us. So solids, we have examples like stainless steel. And these materials are most common in the solid state. Normal temperature, normal pressure. So we look at the risk to health. The effect to health depends on the particle size of these different solid types or solids, and most the impact is very, or we can say the severity is high when the particle size is very small, because with that it can easily go through our body systems. When we're looking at the different routes with which substances or hazardous substances can enter our body, we will see these different routes and the different types of substances that can enter through the different routes. So liquids, these are substances that are liquid at normal temperature and pressure. We have things like water, any free-flowing fluid. Who can give me an example of a free-flowing fluid?
petrol,
Petrol.
water,
Yes, water. Water is a very good example.
any type of acid.
Not all acids can be considered.
Okay, some type
Oil.
of acid.
Yeah. Yes, keep.
Oil,
Oil. That's great.
alcohol,
Alcohol. So we look at gases. These are formless fluids usually produced by chemical processes involving combustion or interaction of chemical substances. And examples, we see chlorine gas, carbon monoxide, methane. What other gases? we can add to this list. Examples of other gases.
Nitrogen.
Nitrogen. Oxygen.
Oxygen.
Carbon dioxide.
Carbon dioxide. Great, Ali.
Oxygen itself.
Yes, oxygen. So between just a question, which of these gases has the highest composition or is more in the atmosphere? Between nitrogen, what are the percentages in the atmosphere? Nitrogen, oxygen, carbon monoxide. Which one is the highest and which is the least?
Nitrogen, the highest, I think.
Yes, that's great.
Like
Can you
70% something.
70%?
Oxygen is like 21%. And the rest is like point something.
That's great. That's great, Andrew. So we look at dust. These are solid airborne particles. How can this result from activities or operations like grinding, crushing, milling, sanding, demolition? So these are activities that can generate dust. And then we look at the effects of dust on us. What are some of those effects? Those ill health effects, or we can say acute effects.
Respiratory. Respiratory tract disease.
Yes.
Can have an effect on your visibility also, on your eyesight, blindness.
Yeah, it can affect your eyes. It can result to flu. It can result to coughing, nausea.
Glasses.
These are the short-term effects when inhaled. So when we look at the digestive system, we see the size, the particle size that can be inhaled when it comes to dust. And we realize that between 0 to 0.04 microns, microns is a unit of measurement for dust. Within that range, a particle size can go through the nostrils into the respiratory tract. We're going to see all that when we look at the different routes of entry of hazardous substances. So we look at fibers. A good example of fibers, we have asbestos, cotton fibers, mineral fibers, wool fibers. Most commonly, these are their effects are long-term effects. We've known a common one of asbestos, where some countries have, like the UAE, they've banned the use of asbestos because of the effects on the users. So for countries that are still using these particular type of fibers, a lot of precautions and regulations are being put in place and procedures to ensure that it doesn't affect the health effect is at an acceptable level. Fumes. These are solid airborne particles formed by condensation from the gaseous state. So for those who have been, for example, in a welding workshop, you will find a good example of these fumes that is being generated during welding activities. So all of these aspects which we're talking, they are just different forms of chemical agents. We also have different forms of biological agents. So mist, vapor, all of them are different forms of chemical agents. Any question? Any questions so far?
No, I'm fine, thank you.
Okay. Any other person?
No question from my side.
All right.
Answer.
So we look at the different forms of biological agents. So what are some of these forms when it comes to biological agents? Sorry, come again, Amen.
Viruses.
Viruses,
Fungi,
fungi,
Bacteria.
yes, and bacteria.
mold,
So molds, yeah. So what are
Parasite.
examples of? Yes. Heyman, you said something?
I said parasites.
Parasites. So parasites fall under which category when you look at fungi, bacteria, and viruses?
fungi,
So what are examples of, let's just say examples of fungi?
Example, like the yeast infection.
Yes. What again?
Candida infection.
Yes.
Throat infection.
Okay. What about bacteria?
Food poisoning.
Yeah, food poisoning. So what are examples of bacteria?
I mean the sickness.
E. coli.
E. coli. Yes.
Streptococci.
Yes, Ali.
Streptococci.
Streptococci
Yeah.
or streptococcus.
Yeah, it's the plural.
Yeah. Viruses. Examples.
AIDS.
AIDS.
HIV.
Acquired immune deficiency syndrome.
Corona, of course.
Corona, that's great.
Flu. Flu virus.
But AIDS is not a virus, no?
It is.
AIDS? No,
It
AIDS
is.
is the disease. HIV is the virus. If I'm not mistaken, as far as I know. HIV is the one will develop to AIDS. But AIDS itself is not a virus.
You know, a lot of people are using these two words interchangeably. They just, thank you for that clarification. But a lot of people are just using it interchangeably. You know, they just know that the virus is AIDS. But like you rightly said, from HIV, it results to, you know, when it's not properly treated, and then it moves to AIDS.
Correct.
So we also have viruses like hepatitis. They take different forms. You have hepatitis A, hepatitis B, hepatitis C. So these are all examples. So we look at each of these agents, the form they take, and how they can affect us. So for fungi, a variety of organisms that act in a parasitic manner, feeding on organic matter, more are harmless or beneficial to health. But some can cause harm to humans and may be fatal. We have an example like the mole, which you guys said. So its effects is on the lungs, and it can result to shortness of breath. We also have Aspergilla is another form. We're going to look at this particular type of fungi in detail. We look at its occurrence. We look at the signs, the symptoms. These are, Aspergilla is a good example of a specific agent. So when we'll be treating specific agents, we look at their effects, both long-term and short-term, and how we can control. So we have mole. Who have ever seen an example of this particular type of fungi, mole? Let's just take example in our kitchens.
On cheese or on bread
Exactly.
or on vegetables.
So when these items maybe have expired or they are not well preserved, you will find this type of fungi growing on them. So other effects of molds, it can result to ringworms or athlete foot. Athlete foot is that whitish substance that comes, under the last toe. I don't know how to put it, but maybe repeated exposure to water, or you frequently use cover shoes. So we look at bacteria. Bacteria are single-cell organisms. And most of them, they are harmless. Some are beneficial. So those that are harmless or that are harmful to humans, they are mostly called pathogens. And we have examples like the leptospira, which is a Wells disease. It is most common from the Wells disease. It comes from this feces from rats. We're also going to look at the Legionella disease, which comes from air conditioning, this water that comes out from our air conditions. How does it affect us? So these are just some of the harmful forms of bacteria. So we treat them under specific agents, which we're going to see shortly. So viruses, these are the smallest known type of infectious agents. They can invade cells or other organisms and take all over. So it has a rapid form of multiplication. And we've seen examples. So it reproduces its kind, at a very fast pace. If you can see the picture, that's just an example. Though it's for bacteria, but it's just an example of how a virus can reproduce itself and invade other organs of the body. So we spoke about hepatitis, the different forms which it takes. It can be hepatitis A, hepatitis B, hepatitis C, and it can cause liver damage depending on the form. The human immunodeficiency virus, the HIV, which causes acquired immune deficiency syndrome, like what Herman explained to us. So when we talk of the acute effects, like the short-term effects, the immediate effects as a result of exposure to these hazardous substances, so what are some of those short-term effects? We see an effect on the nervous system, which can result to dizziness, lack of proper coordination, vomiting, nausea, some inflammations, depending on the type of infection. So within 1 week, within 2 weeks, you already see the signs. Which is why it is called short-term effect. So chronic effects, these are long-term effects. It can be as a result of prolonged or repeated exposure. We can take an example of maybe a welding workshop. A welder repeatedly exposed to welding fumes without health surveillance, without proper checking of their systems to ensure that they are fit to continue working. Maybe after 5, 10 years, you see symptoms of chronic diseases like cancer, asthma, resulting as a from such uncontrolled or unprotected activities. So next we look at the health hazard classification. I remember last time I spoke about, I said, let's look at, I think I gave it as an assignment for you guys to check the United Nations globally harmonized system of classification of chemicals. Did anyone go through that?
No, I didn't.
Sorry?
I said I didn't.
Okay. So what can you say about?
I said I didn't. I did not.
Okay. Any other person?
I only went through it in the element. I saw that there was a lot of examples in the element. I saw those ones.
Okay, so this global harmonized system, which was established by the United Nations, is a non-legally binding international agreement. So many organizations they have come to like they ratify, and then they make an agreement in writing, even when it is not yet implemented. So you find different countries implementing this harmonized system with their own legislations that they have put in place. If you take, for example, the United Arab Emirates, they have, each of these emirates have their own different systems or procedures that have been put in place to identify, to manage these types of chemicals. For example, the OSHAT, I always give a good example of the OSHAT Code of Practice, where you have procedures on how to manage these types of hazardous substances if found in the workplace or an employer is dealing with them. So we look at how they should be stored, how they should be transported, what are their physical and chemical properties, and what are the signs, what is the symbol. When you see it, how does it, what is the label or the pictogram of these different hazardous substances. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yes, I can see it.
Yes, this is the recent globally harmonized system, the one established by the United Nations. So we have 9 different categories. So you can see the sign, you can see the pictogram. The pictogram is just a sign, what it represents, what are the effects in contact with this. So we have GHS01. When you see a sign like that, it means it can explode. So if you find a substance with this type of label on it, then proper care has to be taken because it is an explosive substance. It can catch fire, it can blast. So the handling, the storage, all those precautions should be put in place. I remember last time in one of the classes, I gave an assignment on the material safety data sheets. So it's also important to review these material safety data sheets for every substance which is considered hazardous. So it comes with its MSDS on how it should be properly managed or used. So 02 is flammable liquids, vapors, solids, and gases. So when you see a sign like that, that's what it indicates. And 03 is flame over cycle, oxidizing liquids, solids, and gases. This can intensify the spread of fire. (04) gas cylinders. Our normal cooking gas cylinders. (05) corrosion or corrosive chemicals. They may cause severe skin and eye damage, and they may be corrosive to metals. 06 is the skull and crossbones. It can be fatal, it can be toxic if swallowed or inhaled, or maybe in contact with the skin. So these are just the different pictograms, what they represent. Any question?
Nothing from me.
So the United Nations Globally Harmonized System, it has, like I said, it has different classifications of chemicals, their effects on health, and how we can identify them. So if you had gone through your material, you will see these same different pictograms. What are the different categories and what are the health hazards? So we look at acute toxicity, skin corrosion or irritation, serious eye damage, respiratory or skin sensitization, germ cell mutagenicity, carcinogenicity, reproductive toxicity, specific target organ toxicity, specific target depending on the exposure, maybe single or repeated. So acute toxicity, it refers to those adverse effects occurring following an oral or dermal administration of a single dose of a substance or multiple doses given within 24 hours or an inhalation exposure of 4 hours. We'll be looking at the exposure limits very soon. We'll look at the long-term exposure limits. We'll look at the short-term exposure limits and its ill health effects. So we have the dose, we have the pictogram, we have the signal word for each of these pictograms, and we have the hazard statement. So for crossbones, if swallowed, it can be very fatal. Fatal means it can result to death if immediate action is not taken. Just a minute, please. Let me review. Let me check some other material which can see how to guide on it. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I
Okay.
can see it.
Yes.
So we looked at the acute, we looked at the chronic effects, and we said it can result to headache, dizziness, lack of concentration, nausea, vomiting. We looked at the long-term effects, which can lead to liver damage, damage to our internal organs, asthma, and the possibility of cancer. So I want us to see these different forms, these different pictograms. What do they mean? So when we say a substance is irritant, we mean a non-corrosive substance which, through immediate, prolonged, or repeated contact with the skin, can cause inflammation. And a good example is detergent. Who can give examples of detergents? Example of detergents.
Omo.
Yes.
Clorox. Yeah, Clorox.
Clorox.
Well,
Yeah, so all most of these chemicals used for washing clothes, laundry, these are all detergents. So when we say a substance is harmful, we can see the pictogram. If inhaled, if ingested, it penetrates the skin, has adverse effects on health, and it can even result to failure in the central nervous system. Corrosive. We can see the signal word or the hazard sign or the pictogram. It may destroy living tissues on contact with them. A good example is caustic soda. Any other examples of substances that are corrosive?
Acid.
Sorry?
Acid.
Acids, yes. So with this classification, what is most important is for you to be able to identify the pictogram. What is the label on that chemical? Once you are able to identify the pictogram, then you'll be able to understand the effects, or maybe in the label you will find some of these effects, or yeah, the effects on the label itself. So you take proper care while using them. Most often, like I said, it comes with a material safety data sheet for that particular substance. Toxic. These are poisonous substances which attack one or more of the body organs. if inhaled or ingested, and it can result to acute and chronic health effects. So we have things like lead. Any other substance you think is toxic?
Mercury.
Other examples? Yes.
Oh, mercury.
Mercury? Mercury, I have to check it. What again?
Oh, asbestos.
Hello? Examples of substances that are toxic.
Asbestos.
Asbestos, yes.
Fuel, petrol.
So you look at the acute effects, you look at the chronic effects upon exposure to these substances. Carcinogenic.
Pesticides.
Yes, some pesticides there.
Smoking.
Yes. So substances that are carcinogenic, we have good examples of asbestos because of its long-term effects. These are chemicals, these are substances that can cause cancer or increase its prevalence, increase its occurrence. So we look at different terms. We spoke about toxicology, the study of how different materials affect the human body. Toxicity, the potential of a substance to cause harm to living things. So from the material that we have, from the material that, from the syllabus, we have just tried to summarize some of these things in this form. The rule of exposure, how the substances enter your body. The dose, how much enters your body. The duration, the length of time you are exposed to. We're going to see the short-term exposure limits, the long-term exposure limits, the reaction and the interaction, how other substances you can be affected at the same time. Maybe two different substances reacting as a result of direct exposure. We look at the sensitivity. How does your body react to these substances once you're exposed to? The way it might react for, say, A, it might not be the same way it will react for B. For the same dose, for the same quantity, for the same duration. So we've seen the differences between the acute and the chronic health effects. So we look at the different routes of entry of these substances into our body. What are some of these? What are some of the ways these substances can enter our body?
Ingestion.
Ingestion, yes. What route does it take?
Mouth.
Mouth, correct.
Inhalation.
Inhalation.
Skin absorption.
Inhalation, what is the route?
In the nose.
Nose and mouth.
Yes.
In the mouth is ingestion. Skin absorption.
Okay.
Pause.
So we have inhalation, most common route where 90% of hazardous substances can enter. We have examples like dust, silicosis, through the nose when inhaled. We have ingestion. Any significant quantity of harmful substances, maybe solid or liquid, it can enter through what? Swallowing, through the mouth. And we can see short-term effects like vomiting or long-term effects like tissue damage upon exposure to these hazardous substances. We have absorption, which is through the skin, or maybe through some cuts, or through the eyes. And a good example is dermatitis. Dermatitis. So what is dermatitis? Who can tell me?
It's inflammation of the skin.
Yes, an inflammation of the skin.
Yeah, I think Wadinga is gone. Wadinga has left the building.
Hello. I'm really sorry for these technical issues that it's really happening to. Are we together? I'm really sorry for that.
Welcome back, Wadinga.
Fine.
Thank
It
you.
can happen to anyone at any time.
Okay, let me share my screen again. So we're looking at the routes of entry of hazardous substances into the body, and we spoke about inhalation, which is most of these hazardous substances, 90% of them, they can enter our body through this particular route. We have ingestion, we have absorption, which is through the skin. We have injection, forceful breach of the skin. Maybe you take some treatment and you have to be injected upon. Depending on the type of, mostly for someone suffering from a particular illness, maybe back pain or whatsoever, and you have to be injected. So this particular form can be another route of entry of hazardous substances. So how does our body resolve or they respond to these substances? So we look at our defense mechanism. We look at the our internal organs, how they receive, how they respond to these substances, how do they fight some of these hazardous substances when they enter our body. And we look at the different routes of how these systems enter and how they are being affected. So through inhalation, we said that's through the nose. We have the nasal hairs. Inside our nostrils, we have these nasal hairs which act as a protection. It's one form of protection. You know, it stops some of these respiratory dust from entering into our respiratory tract.
Like dust.
Sorry?
Like a dust.
Like dust, exactly.
Yeah.
So when you look at the respiratory system, you see these different aspects. You see the nose, you see the respiratory tract, you see the carcillary escalator, and the alveoli that is inside in the lungs. So this is the route through which substances can enter, can reach our lungs. So from the nose, you have the nasal hairs, the respiratory tract, which is a series of reflex. You know, it has that mechanism of like triggering these substances from entry. So these are their own, these are the functions of these different parts on how they can prevent entry of respiratory substance or respiratory dust into our system. We have the calcillary escalator, which is also part of the respiratory system, which is lined with mucus. So this mucus can help to engulf. It can engulf the fine particles. So all of these different parts, they have to an extent, a level or a minimum size to which they can prevent entry, especially when it comes to respiratory dust. They are of different sizes, different particles. So the NASA has, they can prevent dust entering into the respiratory organs to a certain level. If some of it go through, then the respiratory tract also has other functions to prevent a certain particle size from entering the capillary escalator. And if that is not properly, if the particle size is smaller than that, which it cannot actually engulf, then it will actually reach the alveoli. So this is our entire respiratory system. So we look at the internal defense mechanism and the external defense mechanism. So we have things like the white blood cells. These are part of the external defense mechanisms that fight against unwanted substances that come into our body, that enter our body. How do they function? They secrete defensive substances or other defensive mechanisms to fight back. In case of maybe an accident, we have other defense mechanisms that help to stop the blood oozing out. We also have defense mechanisms that help to repair the damaged tissues, depending on the type of problem. So the factors that should be taken when assessing the health risk when it comes to health hazards. We assess the risks just like a normal risk assessment. We decide what precautions are needed. We prevent or adequately control the exposure. We ensure that the control measures are used and maintained. We monitor the exposure. We carry out appropriate health surveillance. Prepare plans and procedures to deal with accidents, incidents, and other emergencies. And also, those involved should be properly informed, trained, and well supervised. So these are just factors that should be taken into account when assessing the different health risks resulting from exposure to hazardous substances. So we look at work exposure limits. What are work exposure limits? Anybody? Any idea?
It means that the worker should limit exposure of a certain hazard.
Okay.
Could be the duration.
Sorry?
A limit on the duration of the exposure.
Yes. So it has to deal with time. It has to deal with time. So the work exposure limits, abbreviated as well, these are British occupational exposure limits and are set in order to help protect the health of workers. They are actually, these are concentration of hazardous substances in the air averaged over a specific period of time. And that time is referred to as the time weight average. It is abbreviated as TWA. So we have two time periods. We have two periods. We have the long term and we have the short term. The long term, which is 8 hours, it helps to protect against chronic ill health effects. The short term, which is 15 minutes, it helps to protect against acute ill health effects. So these are just examples of different substances. They are long-term and short-term exposure limits. Who can give me the abbreviation for ppm? That is a unit of measurement.
Parts per million.
Parts per million, exactly. So we have ammonia, we have carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide. You see their short-term limit, short-term exposure limit, and long-term exposure limit. So there are some calculations that come with this particular concept. But at this level, we'll just be looking at, different substances and their exposure limits. When we go further to the diploma, we see those different, how these calculations actually come about. What are the formulas? What are the parameters we need to put in place to come out with a control measure with respect to the effects, be it short-term, be it long-term. So we talked about the manufacturer safety data sheets. It is very important for manufacturers, importers, suppliers, to provide information on every substance or every hazardous substance which they produce, so that those who are using them, they are aware of the risk that is involved. This information comes in the form of safety data sheets And on these sheets, we have information. For every material safety data sheet, you will have these different numbers, what they represent, what is the composition of the chemical, what is the name of the chemical, what are the hazards that particular chemical represent, what kind of first aid measures we need to put in place while handling those chemicals. Are they fire resistant? What are the effects on exposure to heat and all that? So firefighting measures are being put in place in case of spillage, accidental release. What kind of measures we should put in place? How do we handle, how do we transport these materials? What are the physical and chemical properties? Their stability, their reactivity, the toxicological effects or information that we need to know, the ecological effect. How does it affect the environment? How should we dispose of this particular chemical? And if there are other informations that need to be registered, then it will come under this. It will also be included in the material safety data sheet under other information. Most commonly, you find paint materials. If you have seen this national paint, thinners, some solvents, they come with this information. So still on the occupational exposure limits, we have other forms like the threshold limit values. We've already seen the workplace exposure limits, where we talked about the short term and the long term. There are other occupational exposure limits like the threshold limit value, which is the maximum concentration of a chemical recommended. This is more common with the OSHA, the OSHA. It's more common in the US. So these are some regulations that help to manage the exposure of hazardous substances. So the American Conference of Government Industrial Hygiene for repeated exposure without adverse effects on work. So this society or this association also helps to manage work exposure limits. WEL is more common in the UK. So what are those maximum allowable concentrations that can be, that will not cause a serious effect, even if we're exposed to them? So they remain without any effects in our bodies, in our systems. Maybe a single or repeated exposure, maybe for 8 hours, maybe for 15 minutes, maybe for 24 hours, depending on the time. So we are just there. This maximum allowable concentration, these are minimum concentration levels that are acceptable, that might not lead to any harmful effects on us or on the users. So we have some measures on how we can prevent this exposure of hazardous substances into our bodies. One of these measures is using the hierarchy of control. Elimination or substitution of hazardous substances or form of substance. If we take, for example, maybe paint, you can either substitute an oil-based paint with a water-based paint. That will reduce the effects on the user. You can change the process. You can reduce the exposure time. So reduction of the exposure time can be through job rotation. If you're working for 8 hours, you can do it for 1 hour, 2 hours, you can rotate. Others can come in and carry out the same so that the effect will be actually controlled. Enclosure of hazard segregation of process and people. Still, if I take an example of the those using paints or maybe paint spraying, we can use a paint booth. In a paint booth, the individual is protected in the form of shielding, and maybe is controlling the process from a room such that the effects on exposure or direct contact is minimized. The LEV or dilution ventilation, we'll look at the local exhaust ventilation, which is a LEV. That's another form of control. We're going to see a good example of that and how it helps to prevent exposure to hazardous substances. Respiratory protective equipment, our PPEs, personal hygiene, health surveillance. We've talked so much about health surveillance. So anybody can tell me how can we how can health surveillance protect the individual? Or what is the importance of health surveillance as a control measure?
Health surveillance means you have a constant monitoring of their health condition. It means like a constant checkup or in the clinic. Is that
Okay. Yes. Any other try?
Is it not to health surveillance to? I'm just thinking here. To stop it from before it happens.
Yes, it's a form of when we treated the health and safety performance monitoring, the last element, element 4, we talked about health surveillance. Even when we looked at noise, we looked at aspects of health surveillance when we talked about audiometric tests. So health surveillance is just a form of screening, just to ensure that the concentration of these substances into our systems are, they are actually just to ensure that the effects of these substances or concentration of these substances, they are minimized. Also to ensure that we are fit to work, we are fit to carry out whatever activity we are carrying out. Depending on the severity, depending on the risk. If the activity is a threat to the organization and workers are more exposed, then it is very important to carry out periodic health surveillance. Maybe every month, maybe every 2 months, maybe every 3 months, just depending on the risk. Yes, Keep, you were saying something.
so? It's like it could be done also yearly, right? Like health checkup or general checkup for employees doing this health related risk task.
Yeah, just a minute, please. Let me take this call. Okay, go ahead. It's okay. Yes,
like,
Andrew, you were saying something.
Like yes, in our company before that we have this annual medical checkup.
Yes.
To know that if you are you don't have any issues, especially those workers doing a health related risk on their job.
Okay. So health surveillance is very important. It's very important because workers get to know their state of health, and in case any diagnosis upon examination, then you start taking your treatment before things get worse. Remember, it's another form of active monitoring. So these are still other forms of control. Elimination through process change. You can change the entire process on how you want that activity or that that manufacturing, whatever you want to do. Reduction by substitution. Isolation, enclose the hazards. Like the example I gave for painting, you can substitute a oil-based paint with a water-based paint that minimizes the effect You can use a paint booth. You know, that's a form of changing the process. Or you can use robots, depending on the organization, to carry out the painting process. The local exhaust ventilation, dilution ventilation, or you can reduce the exposure time. And lastly, personal protective equipment. So this is an example of the local exhaust ventilation. It is very common in workshops, maybe like carpentry workshops, where there is a lot of dust emission. So this structure helps to suck the dust into a chamber. So the local exhaust ventilation helps to remove any form of airborne contamination from the source or from the point of emission. It can be very effective when properly maintained. It has its advantages, it has its disadvantages. So in my workplace, we have a carpentry, we have one of our workshops, the carpentry workshops that use this entire system, the local exhaust ventilator. You see how different equipments are being connected with this particular design to a chamber where the dust, all the contaminants or whatsoever is being collected at that point. The essence of this is just to prevent the spread of these airborne contaminants throughout the workplace or throughout that particular area where the activity is being carried out. That can affect others. So it stops others, it stops other workers being contaminated, coming in contact with these airborne contaminants. That is one of the that's one of the advantages. And if not regularly maintained, then you see maybe some blockage of the entire track, the system, the hood itself. Once it is blocked, it will be difficult for these airborne substances or contaminants to be collected. Its installation, it's expensive. It requires regular maintenance. You need to always open it and check to see that there is no accumulation of dust, these dust materials or these airborne contaminants inside the hood. So we need to continuously monitor, continuously inspect it. When the NEBOSH exams was face-to-face, you will have questions like this to describe the local exhaust ventilation. You have to draw it, you have to label all the different parts, the hood, the dust collector, the main duct, the branch duct, the fan. So these are aspects that need to be inspected. So you can see a picture of a local exhaust ventilator for a circular saw machine, mounted circular saw machine. So you can see the different parts, the hood, while the machine is operating, the dust that is being generated is directly, it goes into the duct. And then through that passage to where it should be collected. I have some pictures of them from my workplace. I will show you some of these pictures once we come back from the break, so that you can really see how the system operates. So some of the factors that can reduce the effectiveness of this LV system when the duct is damaged. Maybe there are some alterations, unauthorized alterations. The incorrect location of the hood, that is the point. It should be directly located to the source where the contaminant is being generated. So if you remove the hood and place it in another location, it ceases to function the way it should. Or the effect might not be that good. So we need to also check the fan. If the fan is not working, if it is not properly adjusted, then it will affect the LEV from functioning properly. So all of these factors through monitoring, through supervision, through regular inspection will help to ensure that the local exhaust ventilation or ventilator is functioning properly. Dilution ventilation. Dilution ventilation is designed to induce a flow of air through a room so that contaminated air is sufficiently diluted by the incoming air. This is achieved by the use of extractor fans in walls, sometimes combined with inlet fans. So we can see the advantages and disadvantages. It is cheap, it is easy to maintain. At the same time, it is not suitable for use in environments where dust is being generated. So most of our homes, we have this type of ventilation system. Our homes, our offices. Any question?
No question from me.
Okay. Any other person before we move ahead? Okay. So we talked about respiratory protective equipment as another form of control. So you can see different types of respirators. You have the filtering face piece, you have the half mask, you have the full face, you have the powered air purifying respirators. So these are just examples. And depending on the type of activity, whatever type of respirator you're using should be suitable for the activity you're carrying out. So from your risk assessments, you should be able to determine which type of respirator is best. It should be properly selected. Like you can see on the advantages, it should be lightweight, it should be comfortable. It can be worn for long periods of time. It should not restrict your movement. Some of the disadvantages for these respirators, it requires regular maintenance. Maybe you have to be replacing the filters every day or every week. It can be costly as well. You need to properly store them. And the right person for use of these PPEs should be should be selected. So it is limited to competent persons. Not any type of worker should use this type of respiratory protective equipments. So these are other types of breathing apparatus. You have the fresh air hose, self-contained, compressed airline. These are all examples of breathing apparatus. What are the advantages? They are useful for oxygen deficient atmosphere, high level of protection, can be worn for long period if connected to permanent air supply. So most commonly, that which is used by firefighters in the event of a fire. You have this type of respiratory apparatus connected to an oxygen bag. You can see the firefighter to an oxygen bag. So there should be a permanent air supply. Some of its disadvantages, it is heavy and restricted movement. It requires special training. It requires regular maintenance. It is expensive. And you need to be health-wise, you need to be fit to be able to carry this type of breathing apparatus. physically fit because of its weight and maybe the duration of use. Other preventive equipments and clothing, we have eye protection, protective clothing, gloves, footwears, ear protection. We've seen most of these different forms of PPE or types of PPE. Personal hygiene is also very important. If it is very necessary, you can go for vaccination, depending on the type of activity. So let's look, let's touch extensively on health surveillance. Once again, we said health surveillance can be defined as that process involving a range of strategies or methods used to systematically detect and assess the early signs of adverse effects on the health of workers exposed to certain health hazards, certain types of activities, and subsequently acting on the results. So the aspect of health surveillance is very important. It's very important in our workplaces. It must not be only for high-risk activities. Depending on the systems in place, administrative staffs and others can also carry out health surveillance. Maybe to determine some work-related upper limb disorders, ergonomics. So employees in who act as administrative staff is also important for them to do health checks. The objective is to ensure that the workers are well protected, they are fit to carry out the activity. And like the definition says, it helps to detect the early signs of any adverse effects so that appropriate treatment or control can be put in place. So we look at further control of substances that can cause cancer, asthma, long-term effects, or that can be passed from one generation to another. So these further controls, we are looking at total enclosed systems. A very good example is a paint booth. If you go to the automobile industry, you find that in the line of maybe during the process of painting, the operator only sits in a room to control the entire process. And this painting is being done by robots, depending on the type of paint, depending on the texture, everything is controlled by, it's been automated. So we also talk of the local exhaust ventilator like we saw earlier. We should also take into consideration the number of workers who are exposed and the time of exposure. When we look at the short-term exposure limits, the long-term exposure limits. So these are aspects that should be minimized. The type of PPE we have to use, continuous monitoring, continuous supervision, continuous training, continuous information, instruction. So these are general controls that can help, that can minimize the effects upon exposure to these hazardous substances. So we're going to look at specific agents. Like I said, first we look at asbestos. It is a general term used to describe a range of mineral fibers. Mineral fiber. Asbestos was mainly used as an insulating and fire-resistant material. It readily becomes airborne when disturbed and may enter the lungs where they can cause fibrosis or lung tissue. This can lead to asbestosis or mesothelioma, which can take up to 10 years for it to develop. So we see the long-term effects or the chronic effects upon exposure to asbestos. Like I said earlier, in some countries, this particular substance has been banned. It's no longer in use, and a good example is the UAE. So we look at hepatitis. Hepatitis is a disease of the liver and can cause high temperatures, nausea, and jaundice. It can be caused by a virus. The virus can be transmitted from infected feces. So we are talking about hepatitis A, or by infected blood, which is hepatitis B or C. So we have three different types of hepatitis: hepatitis A, hepatitis B, and hepatitis C. So what are the control measures we can put in place to manage these different types of biological agents? We've seen hepatitis A, which is through infected feces, and hepatitis B and C, which is through infected blood. So how can we control to ensure that others are not affected by these particular virus? Any idea? Any idea?
If you wear PPE,
Yes.
correct PPE.
Correct PPE. When it comes to control measures, always look at the hierarchy of control.
You change the materials. Do not use asbestos materials.
Yeah, we are looking at hepatitis. What you said is correct when it comes to asbestos. So we are looking at control measures when it comes to hepatitis. We have seen 3 different types, A, B, and C. Let's take A, infected feces. What kind of control can we put in place?
Wear PPE.
Yes, PPE.
Minimizing using public toilets.
Very good.
I think we have vaccination for that, right?
Yes, there is. Yeah, there is vaccination for hepatitis. You can also take the vaccine. What again? Common control measures. Individual control measures.
Housekeeping, cleanliness.
Hygiene.
Personal hygiene.
It's become also from infected food. We can minimize using fast food also.
Yes. Stella, what can you say? Any idea?
I said personal hygiene.
Okay.
No more McDonald's.
Sorry, Herman.
No more McDonald's.
No more KFC.
So all of that also, there is a level of personal hygiene that should be put in place. Be it McDonald's, be it KFC. So the normal precautions include good personal hygiene, particularly when handling food and in the use of blood products, hepatitis B and C, hospital workers who come in contact with blood products are at risk. So it is important that workers at risk regularly wash their hands and wear protective disposable gloves. So what are some of the symptoms when it comes to hepatitis? We can see flu-like illness with aches, pains in the joints, general tiredness, nausea, high fever, jaundice. So you see acute and chronic health effects or symptoms. Carbon monoxide. It's a colorless, tasteless, odorless gas, which makes it impossible to detect whether without special measuring equipment. Short-term exposure, changes to body temperature. So the gas that comes out from our exhaust, from our car exhaust, that is carbon monoxide. So who are those at risk from exposure to carbon monoxide? Who are those at risk?
People working in a workshop, maybe, like mechanics, working on
Industrial
vehicles.
workers.
Yes, people working in workshops, maybe car repairs. What again?
In factories where there are forklifts driving around, people working in factories where forklifts are driving.
Yes. Also, those whose houses are very close to the road, very close to major highways, or where you have a lot of vehicles passing, because the emission is high. So these are groups of people who can be affected as a result of exposure to carbon monoxide. We can see the short-term exposure, the short-term effects: chest pain, difficult in breathing, headache, fatigue, dizziness, lot of coordination, hearing loss, suffocation. We also look at the long-term effects: nerve damage, reproductive effects, birth defects, brain damage. So we have some solvents and their health effects as well: eye irritation, skin and lungs, dermatitis, headaches, nausea. Other specific agents, we have things like cement. When we inhale cement dusts, especially those who are working in cement factories, it can result to dermatitis, skin burns, inflammations, respiratory tract diseases. We have other effects like manual handling. We looked at manual handling. What did we say was light, L-I-T-E?
No, you got us.
Talk about light, L-I-T-E. What is the meaning? We said L is for the load, I is for the individual, T is for the task, and E for the environment. So we have a lot of different specific agents and control measures. These are some of them which I've highlighted. We'll go for break. We'll go for break right now. And then we'll come back at, this is 12:23. So we come back after 30 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Wadinga.
Before we go for break, any question? Any
Nothing
question?
from me.
These different elements might it might look difficult to comprehend or understand, but it's what our advice is that you try to review them again. Try to go through the model, go through the syllabus, and do more research. That way you have a better understanding of what it's more understanding when you practicalize them, or when you are in that particular industry seeing these different aspects. Maybe for those in construction, you have a paint storage yard or a paint booth. Depending on your industry, you'll be able to practicalize these concepts very easy. You're able to grasp them or understand them. So we come back at 12:45. Is it 12:45? No, 12:55. So we come back at 1 o'clock. Let's just say 1 o'clock.
Okay, thank you.
Is that okay?
Thank you, Wadinga.
All right. Good afternoon.
Hi, Wadinga.
Hello.
Good afternoon, Herman.
Good
Yes,
afternoon,
Antonio, good
sir.
afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Ali.
Good
Yeah,
afternoon, boss.
before we continue, good afternoon, Salif. Yeah, before we continue, I just want to, for us to see a typical example of the local exhaust ventilator. This is what is exactly in my workplace. This is a system in which we've installed and we are working on. I'll just share my screen so that you just have a glimpse of it. Can you all see this picture?
Yes.
Can you see my screen? Yeah, so this is one of the workshops in my workplace. This is actually the carpentry workshop where you have different machines. So you see the local exhaust ventilator that is connected to each of these machines. And there is a central dock that collects all the airborne particles to a collection chamber. So you can see how different machines have their different local exhaust systems being connected to one particular duct and then to a collection chamber. So on weekly basis, these ducts are being, there is a system of air that is being induced inside the duct just to remove any accumulated accumulated dust that can that has the possibility to maybe block the ducts. So they pass air inside and then it blows off everything into the collection duct. So we have also, it's just that from the picture you cannot really see the exhaust fans that help to maintain the proper functioning of this local exhaust ventilator. So this is what we have in our workplace. I just said, let me show you guys a picture of how it operates or functions. So you see every machine has a connecting dock. I hope that gives a better picture of how this the local exhaust ventilator operates. Any question there?
Nothing from me.
Let's just take, for example, this is a workplace, a typical workplace. What can you identify with this picture? As a
I can see
hazard,
that
what can you identify?
as a hazard.
Yes, as a hazard.
Well, maybe noise. No, if there's noise because your two people walking there doesn't have any earmuffs on, so noise could be an issue.
Yes, so
And
they
then
can
the
be
one
affected
guy-
by noise.
Yeah,
For
one
me,
guy's
it's
not wearing one guy's not wearing a mask. So for dust.
Okay.
for me, it's
And-
heat.
Yeah, so yes, heat can possibly be a hazard. But if you consider the picture, there is an open air, and you can
Yeah,
see
I see there's
some
fans all over.
industrial fans.
Yeah, but considering if the location is in UAE, for me, it's still not enough.
Definitely, it's in
Unless
UAE.
unless if you change the working hours to night shift, probably.
Night
But
shift.
during the like peak hours of daylight, like in between 10 o'clock to 4 o'clock, I guess it could be heat is the hazard.
Okay.
Yeah, if it's night shift, then there's going to be a light issue. Then there's going to be not enough light. There's not enough lights on that roof.
What again?
Now the housekeeping looks good. Looks nice and clean. And I see there's a safety way to walk.
Yes.
It's clearly
The wheels,
marked.
the wheels. The wheels.
The wheels of what?
Yeah, it seems it's broken.
The wheels of the trolley, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yes, you can say the wheels are, but maybe these are these wheels with bearings that can move.
Yeah, the
That
front
can
ones can
move
swivel.
360 round.
Yeah, the front ones can swivel.
No use of PPE.
Okay, yes, PPE. There's something I noticed. With regards to the material they are lifting, they are carrying. What can you say about that material?
Well, it's stacked on top. It's high. It's not that high, but it's stacked.
It's
There's no secure.
That is it.
Sludge.
That's
It
it.
might be
That's
sludge.
it. It's not properly secured because the materials can roll over while the trolley is moving.
If you ever have worked in a wood environment, then you would know it's not necessary. That wood is not going to go anywhere.
Sorry, Herman.
I say I have worked in a wood factory, and that wood does not need to be secured.
Okay.
It's not going to go anywhere.
Yeah, but it is our duty to identify what we think can cause harm to those who are actually using.
Yes, because it might be when they push that one and it will hit on the
Yes.
house, it might dislodge anytime.
Look at those factors when it comes to manual handling. Maybe there is an uncontrolled push or pull. It will distort all of those materials if not properly secured. So I just wanted us to use this picture and identify improving our hazard identification. So we're still on the specific agents, and two other important specific agents we'll look at, which I spoke about earlier. We look at leptospiral, or the Wells disease. When it comes to specific agents, we have asbestos, leptospiral, and Legionella. These three specific agents are common grounds for questions. So the leptospira is the bacteria that can get into the body through cuts or scratches, or through the lining of the mouth or throat or eyes after contact with infected urine or contaminated water. Maybe that from sewer, from ponds, slow-flowing rivers. People working in the dairy parlors are often in contact with cattle urine. So most of the people at risk are those in contact with animal urine, maybe from rats. So the bacteria penetrates the skin and causes what we call leptospirosis. That is, you can call it leptospirosis or the Wells disease. So what are the symptoms? We have the acute and chronic health effects. Some of the symptoms that can be visible within weeks, we have flu-like illness, severe headache, vomiting, muscle pains. Long-term effects, we can have meningitis, jaundice, kidney failure. So who are those at risk? Anyone that is exposed to rats or cattle urine. Farmers are now the main group at risk for both Wells disease and cattle leptospirosis. Those who are working in butcher houses, sewer workers, workers that are those working in canals or rivers. All of these group of people are at risk of this particular type of bacteria. So what are some of the control measures we can put in place?
PPE, where appropriate.
Wear the appropriate PPE. Let's always look at PPE as our last resort. That is good that you mentioned.
You have to cover your open wounds if you have any.
Yes, you have to properly cover. So we have here as some control measures. You get rid of rats, maybe in your houses. Don't touch them with unprotected hands. Wash cuts and grazes immediately with soap and running water, cover all cuts and broken skin with waterproof plastics before and during work, wear protective clothing, wash hands after handling any animal or any contaminated clothing or other materials, and always before eating, drinking, or smoking.
Okay, but this is just good hygiene and PPE. What other, if we look at the hierarchy of control
Yes,
measures,
general hygiene.
what other control measures are there if we're looking at the hierarchy? Because this is just PPE and good hygiene.
Yeah.
You talking to me?
Yes, I'm asking.
You're asking the rest of the team to tell
I'm asking you. You said we
Okay.
must look at the hierarchy of control measures. So we first said PPE. Then you said, now what is the hierarchy? But you mentioned just PPE and hygiene. What else?
What else if you
in this specific thing that we have leptospira, what else?
other control measures, if you
Yes,
want to
because
look
it's
at
difficult.
butcher houses, if you want to look at butcher houses, okay, nowadays we have most of the butcher houses being automated. The use of machines to butcher cows, there is a design in our butcher houses on how to collect the urine, on how to remove the feces, collecting of blood. So
that's the process. The whole process has to change.
Sorry?
Change. So that is a process change.
Can't get.
So from manual handling to automated.
I don't understand what you're saying here, man.
So one of the control measures of is the process change.
See, not every hierarchy of control can go for all control measures.
No, I understand that.
You need to understand which activity and which particular type of control can be suitable for your activity or process.
I understand that, but a lot of processes are just, you can only do PPE. It's difficult to have something else.
We are not saying that PPE is not a control. We are saying that if all that control measures are not possible, then always ensure that the right PPE is in place.
Okay, now I understand. Now I understand
Because I think when I suggested PPE, you said maybe PPE should be a last resort. But looking at the activity here, I think PPE should come first. Like you wear your personal protective equipment before you indulge in handling any of this. Like maybe going to.
Can I add? Can I add, please?
Yes, Andrew.
Okay. Actually, yeah, PPE is there, but you know, you can put other measures ahead. Like for example, you can conduct housekeeping, and then you can perform also like a monthly pest control. Okay, it can help, and then PPE is always there, but there's a lot of processes and things you can learn aside from putting PPE first.
Okay. Any other point?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
So it is just for you to look at the hierarchy of control. Which point you think, if you talk of process change, if you talk of substitution, if you talk of isolation, how does it relate to the activity at hand? So when you look at those different aspects in the hierarchy of control, you might figure out some points, like what Andrew said. You can also go for immunization. So next we look at Legionella. Legionella is also a range of bacteria widespread in natural fresh water, which can, if they increase, it can, or they proliferate, can cause legionellosis or Legionella disease. The fatal forms of which we call pneumonia. So when you look at its habitat, you find this particular bacteria growing in stagnant, nutrient-rich water environments at temperatures between 20 to 45 degrees. So water contaminated by Legionella only presents a risk when it is dispersed in air in the form of very fine water droplets or spray or aerosol. For example, showers. So it can actually penetrate. The route of penetration of this particular bacteria is the form of inhalation. When we inhale infected water droplets within that temperature, if it contains this bacteria, then there is a possibility that we can be affected. So most of the sources, we have cooling towers, air conditionings, water storage tanks, domestic or emergency showers, eye wash stations, sprinkler systems, hose reels, car washes, hot and cold water systems. So all of these sources can contain this particular bacteria if not properly monitored, not properly maintained, not properly inspected, and depending on the type of environment. So its symptoms are also similar to that of flu: high temperature, fever, chills, cough, muscle pains, headache. That can lead to pneumonia. We can have some signs of diarrhea, mental confusion, and a chronic stage can result to even death. So we have here as control measures, regular disinfection of hot water systems with biocides, annual cleaning, inspection, cleaning of water storage tanks, avoiding dead legs, or maybe uncovered tanks, and some insects or animals have fallen inside. Maintaining hot water storage temperatures at temperatures greater than 60 degrees, or not below 20 degrees, or below 20 degrees rather. Treating spa pools continuously. If you have some swimming pools in your house, you need to occasionally clean them with some detergents, or maybe some other cleaning substances like chlorine that can kill some of these bacteria. Training workers, they should be aware of the risk that these bacteria presents, and let them know about the kind of controls they should put in place. Monitoring, covering of tanks, use of chemicals. So these are just some of the controls we should put in place when it comes to this particular type of bacteria. So we look at pollution, waste management, and the hierarchy of control of waste. So if I ask, what is pollution? What is pollution?
Contamination. It might be water, air, or land.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. Andrew, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, it's already mentioned by Armel.
Okay. Stella, I want to say something as well.
Yeah, it's like the introduction of harmful materials into the air, into the environment generally.
Okay, that's good. So pollution is the release of any substance into air, water, land, which is capable of causing harm to humans, any living organisms, and the environment. So we have air, land, and water pollution. So when these harmful substances go to air, it can affect the ozone layer. Today we hear about global warming, climate change. It's as a result of poor waste management. It's as a result of pollution. With the advent of the Industrial Revolution, a lot of industries, they are emitting untreated substances either into air, into water, or into land. So all of this is affecting the environment and the ecosystem. So when we talk of air, we are looking at nitrogen, we are looking at carbon monoxide, hydrocarbon, ozone layer depletion. When we look at water, when we talk of water, we are looking at domestic waste, that which is coming from factories, agricultural waste, land, we are looking at the indiscriminate or illegal dumping of waste, poorly treated or managed waste. So what are the ways in which we can control pollution? So we use the hierarchy of waste control. We prevent, we reduce, we respond, we recover, and we reuse if possible. So we can prevent by having a good system in place. So if your organization has a waste management plan, that plan will include proper ways on how to manage the different types of waste that is being produced in the workplace. The plan will also tell you how to dispose these different wastes. How should the waste be properly segregated? Maybe your workplace is producing wood waste, radioactive waste, chemical waste, depending. So how are you going to properly segregate the waste? Are you going to build a plant? How will you dispose of this waste? All of that should be in your environmental plan or the waste management plan. So the control strategy is almost the same like hierarchy of control. You reduce by changing the process. Changing the process can be the production type. You might bring in new materials that produce less waste or waste that can be reused or recycled. You should also have an emergency plan in place in case of any accidental spill. So there should be an emergency response procedure. How are you going to respond if it's, let's just say, a chemical spill? What kind of controls are you going to put in place to contain that spill so that it doesn't spread or infiltrate into the environment? So we need to recover. Here we review the system where problems have occurred. So it's some sort of evaluation, is some sort of auditing, monitoring. What kind of systems have you put in place for waste management? Is it effective or it's not effective? So when we talk of the emergency plan and procedures, we should be able to identify the potential emergency situation. We introduce control measures. We should have procedures to minimize the environmental impacts, be it on land, be it on air, be it on water. The plan should be documented and the procedure should be properly communicated. It should be periodically reviewed and tested. If it is possible to do so. So when it comes to waste management, we have two types of waste. So what are these different types of waste that we have in place? With an example, anybody?
Sorry, just ask the question again.
I was saying that when it comes to waste management, we have two different categories or two types of waste management.
To recycle.
To recycle, it can act as an example for one of them.
Recycling the paper's product.
We are not looking at the hierarchy of control. We are looking at different types of waste. Remember our topic. What's our topic for today?
Chemical and biological agent.
Chemical and biological agents, and we've been looking at hazardous substances. So our waste management is being categorized into hazardous waste and non-hazardous waste. So what is an example of a non-hazardous waste?
Domestic waste.
Domestic waste, yes.
Like paper, wood.
Yeah, all that paper, wood,
Well,
plastics.
yeah.
These are non-hazardous waste.
Well,
Examples of hazardous waste.
chemical waste from the laboratory, like mercury, like batteries.
Medical waste.
Okay, medical waste, yes.
From hospitals.
From hospitals, good.
Yeah, trimming.
Sorry?
Chemical waste.
Use oil.
Trimming.
Sharp instruments.
Food remnants.
Food
remnants.
Food remnants.
Broken glasses.
Broken glasses.
Pesticides, waste,
some
pesticides.
of them which you've mentioned still falls under
Yeah.
non-hazardous waste.
Broken glasses, it's a fluorescent lamp. Could be.
Pesticides, if it ends up in a river from the farm.
Pesticides.
Motor oils.
Okay.
Biochemicals.
Agricultural waste.
Agricultural waste.
Yeah.
Batteries.
Yeah,
Air
so
pollution.
all that
Air
which
pollution.
we have mentioned falls under these categories of waste. We have non-hazardous waste, which is biodegradable or chemically decomposable wastes. And these are wastes that can be reused, that can be recycled. We have hazardous wastes. They have a high degree of hazard to individuals and the entire public. Like what you guys have mentioned, radioactive waste, medical waste, used batteries. We also have controlled waste, household waste, commercial and industrial waste. So this is a hierarchy of waste management. You eliminate, you reduce, you reuse, you recycle, and you dispose. So it's also important, one of the ways of waste management is segregating the waste. So if your workplace is producing maybe solid, maybe wood waste or plastics or some food waste, it is very important to segregate these different wastes. Maybe you are producing concrete waste, depending on the industry type. So you should properly segregate the different types of waste that is being produced as per your plan and dispose them off accordingly. In the United Arab Emirates, we have agencies like the Tadwil that manages the waste in the Abu Dhabi municipality. So the Tadwil also has a system in place. We also have some third-party waste management companies that also manage waste. So depending on the volume of the waste that is being produced, you need to know how frequent this waste should be disposed of and how are you going to store the waste. What kind of environment are you going to store this waste? So the area should be well located. You should label the different types of waste being generated. They should be disposed of in different areas. If you have skips, this waste should be disposed in skips that have been labeled, maybe general waste, plastic waste, paper waste, in different skips. So if you are generating more waste, then you have to regularly dispose of this waste with whatever agency you have arranged for the removal and transportation. So for hazardous waste, we have special type of containers to be used to dispose of this waste. So we need to know what type of waste we are producing and what type of container to store the waste. So I have here some general practices we can put in place, especially in construction sites, while removing waste. Ensuring the integrity of the skip. So we should ensure that the design, the type of skip we are using does not maybe cannot be easily damaged. In most organizations that have third-party institutes or third-party companies, they have outsourced to remove their waste. These organizations are the ones that bring their skips, depending on the type of waste you are generating. So you need to inform the organization or the institute whenever your waste has or the skip is full. You inform them before time for collection. So while they are coming with an empty skip, and then they take that which is full and they replace it. And you should also have records of all the different types of waste which you have, which you are removing. If your institution is part of it's been registered, let's say in Abu Dhabi, the environmental agency, they come for audit every year. They will audit the type of waste you are producing. They will look at the quantity of waste you are disposing. So these records are very important during audits, during inspections. So your skip should be in a firm, solid ground. If possible, that area should be well compacted. There should be some blinding or some concrete flooring, just to ensure that there is no infiltration or any form of leakage of whatever type of waste into the environment. We also need to introduce controls to prevent overfilling. So in your organization, you need to see the frequency of waste generation and be able to determine how long will it take for a particular skip. Most of the skips that Tadwheel is using is 8 meters cube. So you need to know the volume of the waste generated and how long or how many days will it take a particular skip to be full. And always ensure that your skip is well covered to prevent some air pollution. So like I said, your waste must be carried by a licensed waste carrier under a waste transfer note system to be to a disposal site capable of accepting that waste. So even here in the UAE, we have third-party agencies. The waste they remove from different sites or companies, it is still taken, it is still disposed of in the Abu Dhabi Waste Management Facility. So that is why they require all those documents and to ensure that the right skip is carrying the right type of waste being disposed. So we look at transportation. The hazardous waste will be transported in a designated vehicle to the proper disposal locations. The driver will be provided with training and copies of the material safety data sheet relevant to the material he is transporting in the vehicle. The driver shall also have a copy of the waste log, which will indicate the source of the waste, the type of the waste, the quantity, the disposal method, and the location, the time, and date. So all of these information is required by the licensed disposal agency, because when they are going to dispose the waste, they will also need this information. So if you have a waste management system in place in your organization, then this information is should be part of your plan. So by this, we've come to the end of this element. Any questions? Any question?
No question from me.
Not for me, sir.
Okay, so we move to, remember we have just 2 classes left. I think this is a C class. So we have to be a little bit fast to be able to cover or touch every element. Just a minute, let me check the next element. Let me open element 8. So element 8, we look at work equipment hazards and risk controls. So we'll be outlining the general principles for selection, use, and maintenance of work equipment. We explain the hazards and controls for handheld tools. We describe the main mechanical and non-mechanical hazards of machinery. And we explain the main control methods for reducing the risk from machinery hazards. So we look at the general principles for selection, use, and maintenance of work equipment. So if you have been typically in a construction site, you'll find different types of work equipments for different purposes. So these equipments they are actually designed or arranged. They can be machineries, they can be appliances, they can be different parts or components, that function for a particular purpose. So from the picture, anybody can tell me what are these equipments? Which one can you identify?
There are 2 grinders, a jigsaw.
Yes, grinder, a jigsaw.
Another grinder. That looks like a saw also, wood saw.
Yes.
And the drill, there's a drill.
What again? You can also have a sander machine, even though it's not
electric sander, yeah.
a drill machine beside the box. So these are different types of handheld tools or power tools or machineries that are being used in workplaces. So we look at in most of these equipments, most of these machineries, you will always see this mark, the CE mark. I think in one of our classes, we talked about the CE mark. Anybody can share some idea about this? What is the importance of a CE mark? What is the importance of the CE mark? You find them in equipment, you find them in personal protective, like gloves. Anybody?
It's conformity with European health and safety and environmental protection standards.
Great. So suitability of the task, whatever type of equipment you are using should be suitable for the task. It should be properly maintained. It should be well inspected. Whoever is using this equipment should be competent, have the necessary training, and an equipment with the CE mark it indicates conformity with relevant standards. You have British standards, you have other standards, but most commonly you will find equipments with the CE mark. So it shows that that particular equipment has been tested and it has been proven to comply with the necessary health and safety procedures that have been put in place.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, Stella.
Is it for all countries or is specific to the EU regulations?
What do you mean? You're asking in terms of this particular mark?
Yes. Is it like global, like it shows conformity with the standards, health and safety standards in all the countries, or specific to the EU countries?
Yeah, we have different standards in place depending on the country. We have like CE, it goes for the whole of this economic Europe, some Asian countries, most Asian countries, you will find them going for this particular standard. In the US, they also have their own standards in place. So for every equipment, it is very important to know which type of standard has been applicable. There are some organizations that will specifically tell you that we want to go for an equipment with this particular type of standard. It could be a CE, it could be a BS, it could be a BM standard. So you just need to know which one or understand which type of standards and the type of health and safety structures that have been put in place for its conformance or compliance. So like I said earlier, we need to, not every type of equipment should be used by any person. Equipments that present high risks should be used only by competent or authorized persons. They've given example, the nail gun. I don't have a picture of a nail gun, but these are power tools, handheld power tools that require use by a competent person because of the dangers that it presents or the risk it presents. So every employer should ensure that their workers are being given the right information, the right instruction, the right training and supervision when it comes to using these machineries, handheld tools, or equipments. They should use it for the right purpose, for the right operation. They should be aware of the hazards and risk that particular equipment possesses while in use. They should be properly monitored and supervised at all times. What is the objective? The objective is just to ensure that there are no accidents involved in the use of these equipments. Training may be needed for existing workers as well as inexperienced workers or new starters and temporary workers. So the greater the danger, the better the training needs to be done. So if you look at an activity like a forklift that is high risk, we should ensure proper training, or maybe a crane operator, or maybe a truck driver. So all of these activities that present high risks the employer should ensure that competent persons are handling these activities. They have been trained, they have the experience. So when it comes to maintenance, so all that we are actually we are just looking at ways to ensure that our equipments are handled safely. The right persons are handling these equipments for the right use. So we should also ensure that before maintenance is being carried out, there is a system for maintenance. And maintenance should not be carried out while an equipment is running. So if an equipment requires maintenance, it should be properly stopped. If that equipment generates a lot of heat, you should allow that equipment to cool for a while before any form of maintenance or inspection is being carried out. So we're just going to look at an overview of different types of maintenance hazards. We are going to see all of these: mechanical, electrical, pressure, physical, chemical, structural, access. So we're going to see different activities that present these types of hazards and how we can control them. So for mechanical, we can have things like entanglement, trap, etc. We're going to see all that. Electrical, when we're treating electrical safety, we'll be seeing electrocution, shock, pressure. It can result to explosion, unexpected pressure release. Maybe you're carrying out pressure testing for a particular system or equipment. If the right precautions are not put in place, physical, we are looking at noise, vibrations, extremes in temperature. These are things we have treated. Chemical, structural, access, work at height activities, confined space. So we have some general control measures that can be applicable for all of these activities or hazards. Safe systems of work, isolation. Who can tell me what LOTO stands for?
Lot of training to organize.
Lockout, tag out.
Lockout, tag out. Okay, it's very common with electrical systems. So it's another form of control. We're going to look at all that. Signboards, PPE, IITS, instruction, information, training, and supervision. So these are general control measures that you can apply to most of these aspects we have mentioned above. So what are the precautions you need to take when undertaking machinery maintenance? Isolate all energy source. Introduce a permit to work system or a safe system of work. like I said, you allow the machine to cool, release the load or the pressure, segregation by providing barriers and warning signs, provision of safe access, adequate lighting, suitable PPE, and ventilation. So these are general precautions we should have in mind when carrying out maintenance for machineries, especially those that have been running for a while or working for a while and then maybe a malfunction. Periodic examination and testing of pressure systems. What are pressure systems?
It could be water systems.
Water systems, yes.
Air pressure systems.
Air pressure systems.
Vacuum, like the one you have at your factory, the LEV system.
Yes, during maintenance, we use air pressure to blow the ducts, correct?
Your forklifts also work with a pressure system.
Sorry?
Forklifts also work with a pressure system.
No, I don't think. No.
The forklift, how does the fork go up and down? It's oil pressure.
We are looking at those systems with the risk of explosion.
Oh, okay.
That is what is basically referred to as pressured systems. Pressure systems, here we say this is a system comprising one or more pressure vessels or rigid constructions and any associated pipe work. If you have been to a construction site, maybe there is, for those that are carrying out pipe installations, maybe for water, maybe for sewage. Once these pipes have been installed, then it is being pressure tested. Maybe some water is a quantity of an amount of water is fitted into those pipes at a particular pressure. Maybe it can be 2 bar, 3 bar, depending on what they want to achieve. Most often, the objective of this pressure system is just to identify if there are some leakages in these pressure vessels or pipelines. So once the pressure has been maybe from the method statement or from the installation, they need a pressure of 5 bars. So for a particular period of time, this pressure will be monitored. If it stays at 5 bar for 24 hours, then we can say the installation is without any leakage. But if after 24 hours, the pressure has reduced to 4 bar or 3 bar, that is an indication that there is a leakage somewhere, which has to be identified and rectified. So there should also be procedures on how to test these pressure systems, safe systems of work, permit to work procedures. So this is a typical example of a pressure system. If you've been driving a car, you might see something like this. Maybe you have a flat tire and you have to go to a garage for so this is a typical air compressor. So there should be a written scheme of examination before this particular air compressor is being used. And that should be done by a competent person. So what are the characteristics that qualify you to be competent?
Adequate training.
Training.
Experience.
Experience. What again?
Knowledge.
Knowledge. We still have 2 remaining.
Ability to do the work.
Ability.
Skill.
And skills. So for someone to be considered competent, he or she should possess these 5 different qualities. So we look at handheld tools. What are the hazards? And what are the control measures? So in this element, like I said, we are looking at hazards for different types of equipment, and we are looking at the control measures. And that is also part of, like I said, your IG2 report. You identify different hazard categories. You come out with control measures. As designed in the format that will be given to you when the time comes. So hand tools are tools powered normally. So we can see from the picture we have hammers, screwdrivers, scissors, and many other spanners. So all of these are handheld tools. So they say the biggest hazard will arise from errors made by the user. It can be striking a finger while using a hammer. So these are equipments or tools that can also be misused or used for the wrong purpose. And it can result to serious injuries if proper care is not taken. So we're going to see how some of these tools can be misused. Using a screwdriver as a chisel, using a spanner as a hammer, alteration or modification of these tools, use of homemade tools. So all of these are different ways in which we can misuse our handheld tools. So what are the requirements? How can we safely use these tools? We have hammers, we have files, we have chisels, screwdrivers, spanners. What are some of the ways we can use them? Any clue? Maybe hammer, maybe chisel, maybe screwdriver.
Going through the user guide.
Okay, going through the user guide. What again?
Using the tool what it was intended for. Not
Very
using a
good. Using the
screwdriver
tool for the
chisel.
purpose.
Yes.
For what it is intended for.
Maintaining the handheld equipment.
Sorry?
Maintenance of equipment.
Maintenance.
Replace damaged equipment.
Replace them. Replace those parts that have been damaged.
Yes. Or repair, if it's repairable.
Yes.
Keep
So
them
we have
safely also.
Sorry?
Keep them safely.
Keep them safely. So I've just indicated some of the ways we can safely use them for things like hammers, avoid broken or loose handles and chipped heads. If the hammer head is not uniform, it's better you replace them. Maybe files, proper handle, never use them as levers. Like what Kip said, misuse of equipment. Chisels, the cutting edge should be sharpened to the correct angle. Do not allow the head of chisels to spread to a mushroom shape. So we need to ensure that we grind those edges regularly to ensure they are the correct shape or angle. Use of a handguard on a chisel is also very important. Screwdrivers, never use them as chisels. Never use hammers on them. Use the correct size and type of screwdriver for the screw. Split handle screws are also dangerous. We have spanners. Avoid splat jaw spanners. Scrap any which show signs of slipping. Maybe the spanner has worn out and you are still trying to use it. So if the usable part has been or maybe worn out, you replace it and don't use it in place of a hammer. You should have enough spanners of the right size. Do not improvise by using pipes as extensions to the handle. You know, maybe you want to untie a knot in a particular area which is not very accessible, or your hand cannot actually reach that particular point, and then you are attaching a pipe to the spanner to be able to access that particular point. It can result to serious accidents if that pipe slips out of the spanner or get broken while applying force for the activity. Suitability of purpose and location. Use an alloy or bronze hammer or spanner to prevent sparks and damping with water in areas where there is a flammable atmosphere. So in areas that are likely, maybe it can result to fire or any kind of fire accident. We should avoid those equipments that can produce sparks. So it's always preferable to use wooden equipments for the task or the activity. So we'll be looking at hazards of portable power tools and means of controls. So we have a series of them. We look at the equipment, we look at the control. Like I said, this is just all about this particular element. You look at hazards and control measures for different types of machinery or power tools. So what's the name of this equipment?
The chainsaw.
A chainsaw. So you look at the power source, which are some of the hazards. How is it driven? Is it petrol driven? Is it electrically driven? Is it by use of hydraulic? What is the power source? You also look at the type of mechanical hazards that it presents. It can be entanglement, it can be trap, it can be crush, it can be cutting. These are all mechanical hazards. What type of environment are you operating this particular equipment? You also look at the ergonomic hazards. The operator also plays a role. Is he competent? Is he fit to operate this type of equipment? They are of different types, different sizes, and they carry different weights. So we should ensure that whoever is using them can support the weight. And should be used for the design, for the purpose for which it is intended. So this is an electrical drill. So we have the drilling cable can cause trip hazards, dust, heat, noise, vibration, absence of safety device, ergonomic hazards, competency, experience, age of the worker, hazards of the location. Maybe you're operating this equipment in a wet surface, elevated work area, or in a confined space. Lack of instruction, information, training, and supervision. So that is an example of a sander mostly used in a carpentry workshop. Mostly used in carpentry workshops. You have electrical hazards, contact with sharp objects, dust, noise, vibration, slip on wet surface, trip. So for each of these equipment, you should be able to identify, and then you come out with a control measure. Safe systems of work, proper selection of the equipment for the right activity, competent operator, use of a local exhaust ventilator or ventilation if possible. We saw a local exhaust ventilation and how it can be used. So you see all the general control measures, they have been put in play for all of these equipments we've identified. So we look at the main mechanical hazards. There are 8 of them: friction, impact, shearing, high pressure, drawing in, entanglement, cut, crush, and stabbing. So there is an acronym for mechanical hazards if you want to quickly remember them. So it is called fish disease or disease or D, depends how you pronounce it. So F is for friction, I for impact, S for shearing, H for high pressure, D for drawing in, E for entanglement, C for cuts, another C for crush, and S for stabbing. So we're going to see all of these different forms of mechanical hazards. So when it comes to friction, a typical example is a grinder. So while the equipment is at high pressure, you know, the rotating parts of the grinder can cause friction. So you can see the different arrows and the different and the location with which frictions can occur. Those areas that have been highlighted with some thick black color. So these are areas where friction can occur while this equipment is in motion. So we look at all of them and then we look at the general control measures. Impact, you can see a robot arm. Injuries are caused when parts of machinery in motion hit a body but do not cause any penetrating injury. So it can result to maybe some pain or some strain. So I just want us to see different examples when it comes to these different types of mechanical hazards. So the third is shearing. We can see this type of machine in our offices for cutting papers, when one or more machine parts move towards or past one another, a trap can be created. It can result to crush and amputation. So you see a very sharp edge like a knife. So whoever is operating, if the fingers are not well positioned, it can result to serious amputation of the fingers. High pressure. So you can see an air compressor and an operator trying to inflate a tire, maybe in the garage. So what can be some of the hazards when it comes to high pressure?
Explosion.
Explosion, great. So most commonly, you have explosion. If the tire is inflated more than the maximum amount of air that should be, that particular type of tire require, maybe it requires 30 bars and you have fitted 40 bars. So it can result to explosion. Drawing in or trapping, sharing or crushing injuries can occur when a part of body drawn into an in-running nib. So we can see, if you have seen the drum of a cement mixer, so that's a typical example of a drawing in or a trapping hazard. Or conveyors. We saw different types of conveyors. So which type of conveyor do you think best fits for this kind of mechanical hazard? We saw 3 types of conveyors. Which one best fits for this?
That's a roller conveyor.
Sorry?
That's a roller conveyor.
Roller conveyor, great.
You get a belt conveyor.
We saw a belt, yes.
And then it
We
was
saw a screw
conveyor.
and a roller conveyor.
Oh.
Entanglement. Entanglement involves hair, clothing, or limbs becoming entangled in revolving shafts of an equipment. So the type of clothing we are wearing while working with this type of equipment matters a lot. You can see from the picture what has resulted or what caused entanglement. So we have things like drills. We have different types of drills. So we should have the proper type of clothing to avoid any form of entanglement. Cuts. We have equipments like circular saw, cutting disc, slicing machine. You know, it can result to serious injuries. So proper care should be taken for whoever is operating or using this type of equipment. If you are distracted for a second, Before you know it, you are already seriously injured. Crush occurs when part of the body is caught between a moving part of a machine and a static part or nearby solid structure. So it might be you're operating a machine very close to the wall. And the moving part of that machine extends away from the machine itself. So we should know which type of machine we are using and its mode of operation to avoid this form of crush accidents. Stabbing. The body may be penetrated with sharp pieces of equipment. So this is a typical example of a nail gun. Oh, sorry. So this is what we call a nail gun. Or we can have a sewing machine. So it can act as a hammer. That should be operated by a competent person. Contact. Parts of the body coming into contact with the machine. So it can result to burns, friction, puncture, cutting in contact with the circular saw, puncture from drill or sewing machine, friction, and abrasion from abrasive wheels. Ejection. Being struck by particles ejected from the material being worked on or part of a machine itself. So if a machine is in operation and maybe there are some loose parts or some of the nuts are not properly tied, it can result to ejection. So we also look at hazards presented by a photocopy machine. Electrical hazards, fumes or chemicals from the toners, hot surfaces, manual handling, exposure to intense light or glare while photocopying. Document shredder. So this is mostly used in offices to cut unwanted documents or papers. So it slices these papers into pieces. It can result to drawing in curd crushing, noise, manual handling, trap on the cable. So why we want to empty this particular type of equipment, we should always ensure that it is removed from the power source so that it does not accidentally start while disposal is in progress. It can result to serious accidents. A benchtop grinder. So we can see a typical example of a benchtop grinder. Electricity or electrical hazards, contact with rotating wheel causing friction, drawing in between the wheel and the tool rests. You can see the gray part of the grinder. That's the tool rest. Hot work pieces, it can result to spark depending on the type of activity, noise, dust, vibration, fumes. So these are all hazards from a benchtop grinder. So this is a typical example of a pedestrian drill. What are the hazards? Electricity, contact, entanglement, puncture, ejection, noise, vibration, dust, ergonomic, and also environmental hazards. So there are a lot of them, a lot of different equipments with their hazards. We have the steam-driven petrol. It has its the chainsaw. What are the hazards? Electrical, breakage of chain, burns, flying debris, fall from height. So it's just important for us to understand or know which type of equipment we are dealing with. Some of these hazards can be identified from the user manual. Some of them come with the hazards. They indicate what is the hazard and even some control measures. So this is a conveyor. Electrical hazards, entanglement, drawing in, contact with moving parts, noise, manual handling. So you see a lot of these different mechanical hazards which we've identified the future in these different equipments. A cement mixer. So what can we say? What can be some of the hazards of a cement mixer? Let's do some little exercise. A cement mixer. Let's identify the hazards.
Entanglement.
Entanglement.
Drawn in.
Yes.
Depending on the mixer, you could get electrical shock if it's an electrical mixer.
Electricity, yes, electrical shock.
If it's a petrol mixer, then it's noise.
Yeah,
And
all of
then-
them can generate noise.
Yeah, but electrical one is a bit more quiet. And then also, if you're putting that cement in there, you can get from the cement dust.
Dust.
And then there's also water, so it's slipping also, slips and trips.
That's good. So we have.
And manual handling, when you put cement inside.
Great. Electrical hazards, contact and entanglement with moving parts of the drive motor, hot parts, manual handling, slip, trips, and fall, eye injuries, splashes of cement. It can go into the eye, dust, noise, weather conditions, economic hazards. Bench-mounted circular saw. So if you've been to a carpentry workshop, you will find most of these equipments. Electrical hazards, entanglement, ejection. So we should review these different types of mechanical hazards. So what general controls can we put in place? What general controls?
Well, the equipment has to have the correct shields on it.
Okay.
And then also PPE, obviously. Competent users.
Yes.
With correct training, supervision.
Yes.
I don't know, someone else must also help here.
Thank you, Herman. Thank you.
I'm doing all the work. I'm doing all the work here.
Where are you guys? Guys, wake up. Herman is doing all the job.
Really?
Come, Stella. Come.
Where is Amr? Where is Ali? Where is... You guys should speak, man.
On that machine, there's also entanglement with your clothing. And even if you're wearing like jewelry, you can also get drawn in.
Yeah.
And then cuts, you can get cuts, stabbing, depending on which machine you're working on.
Depending on which machine. That's great.
And then also dust, splinters in the eyes, all that stuff.
Yeah.
And now it's my turn to sleep. The other ones must now wake up.
So there is another form of control, which is also very important. It's about guard systems. The use of guards on different machinery or equipments. So that we have 4 types of them. We have the fixed guard, we have the interlock guards, the pressure sensitive mats, and protective appliances. So we're just going to see these different types of guards. So it also has an acronym, which is called FIAT. F for fixed guard, I for interlocking, A for adjustable or self-adjusting, and T for trip devices. So these are different types of equipments with different guard systems. So we're going to see some of these equipments and the type of guards. What are the advantages? What are the disadvantages? Fixed guards. A fixed guard has no moving parts and should, by its design, prevent access to the dangerous parts of the machinery. It must be of robust construction and sufficient to withstand the stress of the process and environmental conditions. If visibility or free airflow are necessary, this must be allowed for in the design and construction of the guard. Another type of fixed guard is the distance fixed guard. It has its advantages and disadvantages. But what I want us to see is, I don't know if I have pictures for that. Let me see. So its advantages: it is easy to inspect, cannot be removed easily. There is a physical barrier and acts as barrier to dangerous parts. Then we have the interlocking guards. This is a guard which is movable, whose movement is connected with the power or control system of the machine. Its advantages: connected to power source, cut off power, provides an easy. It doesn't stop the machine instantly. It can be overridden. Movable parts require maintenance. It can be difficult to maintain as well. Adjustable guards. We're going to see these different parts, but let's just look at what they are and their advantages. These are fixed or movable guards which are adjustable for a particular operation during which they remain fixed. A self-adjusting guard is one which adjusts itself to accommodate, for example, the passage of material. It can be adjusted as required. Its disadvantage: it relies on the operator and may affect revision. Trip devices. A trip device does not physically keep people away, but detects when a person approaches close to a danger point. It should be designed to stop the machine before injury occurs. A trip device depends on the ability of the machine to stop quickly, and in some cases, a brake may need to be fitted. So these are equipments with sensors. These are equipments with sensors that can easily detect an incoming, maybe something coming very close to it, or a person coming close to it. Just like some of these our sliding doors. While coming in from a distance, the door automatically opens. So it uses this type of operation. So this is an example of a fixed guard. You see the barriers that is installed on all the sides of the equipment in motion. Interlocking guard, you can see the area with gray. An adjustable guard, a good example is a grinder. A self-adjusting guard, a good example is the circular saw. A pressure-sensitive mat. So you can see at this particular point, this mat acts as a sensor. So we have different types of guard, but for now we look at these 4 different types. So for all those equipments which we have identified, we also have control measures for all of them. For the photocopier, regular inspection and maintenance should be carried out. Internal electrics are insulated and protected to prevent contact. Good ventilation in the machine room should be maintained. It is a good practice to switch off when opening the machine. Document shredder, enclosed fixed guards, surround the cutter with restricted access for paper only, which prevents fingers reaching the dangerous parts. Interlocked are fitted to the cutter head so that the machine is switched off when the waste bin is emptied. A trip device is used to start the machine. Regular inspection and maintenance should be carried out. So these are all general control measures. So I think we are really exhausted. Benchtop grinder, it has its controls. Pedestal drill, you see inspection, maintenance, PPE, the use of guards, they come into play for all of these different equipments. So take time to look at them again. Any questions? Any questions so far? I know we are.
Fine.
I know we are really exhausted today.
Fine so far. The other people are sleeping already.
Yeah, today is hectic. So that is it for work equipments. And next week, before we go, I just want to send one question, I think for December 2023, and questions with answers, you review them within the week. It is also important to do the scenario, look at the questions, answer them by yourself before reviewing whatever answers have been provided. So I will just share it right now so that we can download them before we leave.
Yes, please.
Just a minute. Okay, so just go to your chat box and look at what I have. Please kindly download them now before we end the meeting, because if we end the meeting, you might not be able to get them. So that is December 2023.
Thank you. Already done.
Please, everyone should indicate if they have downloaded. Just raise your hand. Let me know if you are done.
Done, yeah, just hold on.
Thank you, Sheikh. Sheikh says done. Ali done. Hip done. Yes. Amel done. Great. Antonio. Stella done.
Done. Already done.
Okay. All right. So, so I guess everyone has done.
No, keep not yet. Keep is
Okay.
indicating.
Yalla, keep. Salif. Great. So any questions?
So the exam on we should answer.
Keep says we must just wait, his laptop is stuck.
Oh, your laptop. My laptop stopped.
We put some glue onto it.
How much time do you require, Keep, to? So, like I said, yeah, Ali is asking if we should, like I said, we should, you can go through the questions, try to answer them by yourself without looking at the, without looking at the answers. Answer them first by yourself and then try to compare what you've answered with what I have provided.
Okay, we'll do.
So it's a way of self-assessment. You can best assess yourself. Where is your level? What kind of input you need to make. So there's one more exam I'm going to send. So that will act as your mock exams. So you need to answer all the questions and then upload them in the model. There is a section there for mock exams. So I will do that. Sorry?
Sorry, last week you showed us a risk assessment and you said you were going to show us that risk assessment at some stage. We know you're going to show us that risk assessment.
Yes, really today because of time.
No, not today, but can you
first
share
thing
it with
next
us
week,
or something?
please just remind me. First thing next week, we handle that before we go into element 8 and 9.
Can you maybe share that also with us if possible?
It is in your model. Go to your model. Just go to your model. I just want to like throw more light on it. But it is there in the model. You have the IG2 guide and an example.
Okay, now I'll go and check it.
Keep says we should give him 1 minute.
He's very quiet today.
Yeah. Kip is not feeling too.
No, that's me.
Oh.
I was the one with the sore throat.
And the most active today. Wow.
Oh, he sees a man's voice with Cape.
Yeah, no, he mixes us up the whole time.
Yeah, all the time.
So probably your exams will be in July. The exams will be in July. I don't know exactly when is I presume it will be in July because by the 20th or so, we should have completed. And you start preparing for your... Sorry, Kip.
Yeah, I tried to download it, but I don't know, something's wrong with my... I can open it, but I cannot save it. And it couldn't take me out from the page.
Okay, I will send it to the coordinator and they will forward it to you.
All right. I think also
Keep, just send me your number and I'll send it to you on WhatsApp. I'll send you my number down the chats. I can WhatsApp it to you.
I don't think that is allowed. That is not allowed in this platform.
Okay.
That's
just
not
send me your
allowed.
number.
You could do that, but it's not allowed here.
Keep, just check your chats.
Huh?
Just check the chat I sent you.
Send a direct message. Okay.
Or I will email it to you, Keep.
Okay, perfect.
Okay. Just reply on the email with your detail.
Okay.
Sorry?
So that's said and done. We are through for today.
Element 7?
7 and 9.
Element 8, we are done.
Yeah.
So next week will be element 9 and 10. So please review. Element 9 and 10 is on fire. And no, fire is element 11. Electricity.
Electricity is 11.
Oh, okay. So fire and more especially fire. Please look at it. More especially fire. All right. Thank you, guys. Have a lovely weekend. We meet next week.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Same to you.
Thank
All
you. Have
right.
a nice weekend.
Bye bye, guys. Have a nice weekend.
Bye.
Have a
Herman, I
lovely
will
week.
email you.
Okay.
Okay.